Okay. Yeah, let's test it real quick. Yeah. Let me see. Let me close my door. Yeah, just slightly. I'm still a little worried my wife will Sure. Okay. Thank you. Okay, great. And we're back with Awesome Apey Orb, Part 10. Today we'll be seeing if we can finish out the World 4 levels. If you're not familiar, the way it's working is I'm trying to make 20 levels for this platforming game. I've made 17. The last 3 are part of World 4. And basically I'm just breaking them up, 5 levels each, World 1, World 2, World 3, World 4, for a total of 20. And we'll be seeing if we can finish that up today. If we do, we might be able to get into some networking code for the global leaderboard. If that interests you, if you like what you're seeing, feel free to subscribe. And also, maybe even better, join the Discord that is in the description. That would be great. We all are game developers there trying to help each other learn, essentially. Well, let's get started. So, sorry, you see my task list here. And maybe some personal information, that's okay. Let's keep going. I was trying to work out some stress. I was trying to figure out what the most efficient way to do the stream was, essentially. But let's see. So I actually need to open up Oculus so that I can get started here. my jacket up, and then I need to plug in my Quest so that it becomes an Oculus Rift. For those of you who aren't aware, you can take your Oculus Quest and turn it into a Rift, essentially. Pretty neat. Alright, and let me do that. Okay, that is done. It's a fairly quick process. Clean the lenses off. And let us begin. So last I had created just kind of a starter scene. You have this start platform and end platform, and then we were going to start making a level. And let me take a look at some of the level ideas I had. I'd come up with a few yesterday. We only have 3 left, so I'm trying to pick the best ones that I have here. Okay, let's do this one. This one is fairly simple. It's essentially just going to be one path straight to the end, but that path is going to be broken up into a bunch of small ones that are shifting linearly. So it should be some sort of like weird snaky movement. I don't know if it'll be difficult. We'll see. I guess we'll get to that later. Okay, cool. So first thing I'm going to do, I guess what I'm going to do is take this start, copy it, paste it, move it out here. I'm just creating the blocks that will move back and forth linearly. And then I think I want I guess I want these both to be like maybe 2 there and maybe 5 here. So it should be smaller. But even 5 meters is still fairly big. The ball is 2 meters across. Maybe this will work. We'll be able to adjust it later, so it doesn't matter so much. And we'll rename it P1. And let's go ahead, just for organizational sake, make a new object, call it moving platforms. And this is just something I do for my sake. Okay, and let's go ahead and set that to 0, 0, 0, and then let's move the platform to the same, but then move it out. It should be good. Okay, cool, it is. And then on this platform, we basically want to add the component linear movement that we had created earlier. It looks like we want it to move in the Z direction, so we'll give it Z. At a speed of 2 and a distance of 10. Yeah, that seems fine for now. Let's go ahead and go in there, because I think we can make this script a little bit better, actually. I do not believe it is not. So when you move something by the transform, it is not really moving under what I would call physics. You're just placing it without any regard to any sort of physics system like colliders and bouncers and things like that. Also, welcome to whoever just joined. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. There's we're making Awesome Apey Orb. It is a platforming VR game. And right now we're just trying to make this 4-3 level. Okay, so we have this script linear movement, and we want to, let me see if I can, let me create another enum here so we can switch between the type. We'll call it type, and we'll call it physics or transform. And basically, I'm just going to use that to pick between if I want this script to move its object based on physics or based on its transform. And if you have any questions about that, let me know. I'm not like trying to blow through this, so, and in fact, we're making pretty good time already, so I do have time to stop and answer really any questions you have. Here we'll say if type is not equal to transform, because as we said, this script here is already using the transform one exclusively. We'll just return. And then we'll do the I believe it's called fixed update. We'll do the fixed update, which is basically the physics version of update. It's called every frame, or every physics count, I guess. And in here we'll do the same thing. If type is not equal to type.physics, return, because you don't want to do this if it is. Cool, and then we'll do the same math, except we're gonna do it based on physics, which we'll need the rigid body for. So we'll create a variable to store the rigid body. If you have any questions about that, let me know. What brings you here, by the way? You're trying to learn some game development, or you're just trying to hang out, or really anything is fine, obviously. Okay, so then we've gotten the rigid body, and now we need to change this to, I believe we need to do this, rb.move position, and then give it all that. And I believe that should work. And now let's test that out real quick on this block right here. Let's see if we can get this to move back and forth. So we have it based on physics. Oh dang, did I set it to physics initially? Let's go ahead and set it to, let's go ahead and make sure that that defaults to transform. The reason I'm doing that is because all the other scripts that have, all the other objects that have used this previously were using the transform side of it. So if it all switches to physics suddenly, it might break my other levels. So we'll have it default to transform. That way those don't break. And then we'll just change this one here to physics. Let's see. Physics, axis Z, cool. And then we will need to add a rigid body to it, and we'll set it to kinematic. We don't want to use gravity because it's just going to kind of float. We'll get rid of its drag. I don't know if that actually matters. When you set it to kinematic, it means like, yeah, I know it abides by physics, but I'm actually just going to move its position in script. Then interpolate, which makes it a little smoother. And I guess let's make that no, just continuous. I don't know why it went to speculative there. And then let's play and let's see if it works. Okay, it does appear to be working. That's good. Let me hop on the headset and see that it looks good in VR. I'll switch to game so you can see what's actually happening here. Let me reset this view. Oh, I'm facing the wrong way. Alright, so you have these joysticks and the ball. I don't know if you can see the ball, but you're rolling around inside a ball. This is looking pretty good so far. Okay, so you're on it, you see you move a little bit. You don't have perfect friction, so we'll try to throw you off when it turns, which is good as well. Okay. Awesome. Do you have any experience with game development? Yeah, or Unity 3D or anything like that? Maybe some Unreal? Okay, so let me real quick, before I start duplicating this object, put a different material on it. And maybe this could be shown a little bit better in the scene view. So you see that you have this sort of world space version of this material. We'd actually made an object space one, I believe. So let's put that on it. And now you see that it's not doing that kind of weird thing it was doing. But that doesn't... It's still having another problem that I want to fix where I need to change its UVs. If you have any questions about what UVs are, let me know as well. It's a little bit of a complicated... Well, it's really not that complicated, but I just won't explain it unless you ask because it'll take a minute. Okay, and I actually should have grabbed all the faces first before I did this. And now it's world space, so it looks more like these. These blocks are the same size as these ones, so that should be good. Because this one is a world space shader as well. Okay, so go back here, and then if we go into watch it again, you'll see. Very cool. And if you are interested in game development, I'd certainly recommend joining our Discord. It is a game dev Discord, just starting, but I think it's a good community in which we will, it'll be a place for you to talk about the games you're making, ask questions about the games you're making, things like that. So now we're going to go ahead and copy a whole bunch of these and just kind of place them near each other like this. And we're going to do this like 60 times, essentially. But we'll actually speed it up just a little bit in a second here. There we go. And let's do that again. The power of exponential growth right here. And let's do it one more time, and that should be good. Maybe even one more time, why not? That actually looks a little bit intense. Maybe we just take another like 12 of them. Oh, okay, I should have seen that coming. Maybe we take these ones and do this. Cool. And then we'll take this end platform. And let's go ahead and just to make it easier to place, let's just... Oh, I didn't realize I'd made so many platforms. We'll just place it right at the end there. Do 0, 0, 0. Okay, so that probably should have worked a little bit better. It didn't, that's okay, we can still place it easily. And then let's take it out. And move it back up here. Cool. And let's go ahead and place the finish line as well, just to get that out of the way. Cool, so it's down there now. But for some reason it's still kind of laying down. I'm not really sure why. But that's okay, we'll fix that in a minute. Cool. This is the finish line. Yeah, we'll fix that later, but it's placed pretty much where I'm going to want it. So let's take a look at the scene now. And actually, let's make sure that that's not over our performance budget. We're looking for less than 50k tries and less than 50k verts, and we are under it, so that's good. Let me go ahead and look down the line. Cool, so if you look at the level right now, it's not really all that interesting, is it? It just kind of moves back and forth the whole thing. But what's the point of breaking them all up into these little blocks if they're just going to do that? So what we need is an offset in its positioning, and let's see if we can make that happen. Basically, and if we take a look at what's about to happen here, if I create an offset, I'm going to have to go through like 600 of these things. I'm going to have to go through like 600 of these things and set the offset in this script, which will be really annoying. I think instead I might be able to, let's take a look here. this is its x position. Currently its x is at 6. What is this one at? We're going to do some hard coding. This isn't really exactly how you'd want to do it, but this is how we'll do it. 6 and this one is at 111. So we know in total, in the x direction at least, it moves 100 and, sorry, what's 111 minus 105, or I guess 0.97. So it moves 106. So if we do, we'll make it internal so that we can't set it. Let's call it a float offset, and then we'll set that when it starts, and we'll basically just set it to, and you know what we will do, we'll make a boolean, which is basically a true or false, and we'll say, it's basically like asking, in a sense it's like asking a question, and we'll say use offset, and we'll set that equal to false, because the other scripts that use this, or the other objects that use this, do not use the offset. So we want it to default to false. And here we'll set the offset equals transform.position.x, so its position, divided by, and what was it? It was 6 to 100 and, so we should probably do its position minus 6, which is that initial offset, divided by the 100 and the 106, I believe it was. And basically what that's going to do, if we take a look at it, let's see here, if I did this math correctly, what that should do is, if we have an interval, this one is 6, and it goes to 111, or I believe it was 112 because it was 111. Basically that interval, that whole thing was 106 long. And we're trying to make an offset that is on the interval of 0 to 1, right? I mean, we could make the offset 0 to 112, but it'd be a little bit easier for us to work with, as you'll see, from 0 to 1. So to map this interval to that interval, basically any number along this, let's call it like 12, somewhere along this interval. And let's take that number down here. We can do 12 minus 6, and that will get us 6. And then we can divide the whole thing by the length of the interval. And that will give us some number, I'm not sure, something around like 14, or like 1 over 14. And that will give us where it is on this interval here, on this 0 to 1. We're basically transforming through this equation, this one here, we're basically transforming the interval 6 to 112 to 0 to 1. So it would be, this would have mapped somewhere along here. 1 over 14, let's call it. And if you have any more questions about that, because I kind of sped through it, we can go in even into the most basic ideas behind that. So let's put that down. And let's go back. So you see here, we take its position, we minus the initial 6, and we divide it by 106, the size of the interval. So then, how do I want to use that? Basically, I want to take that offset, and I believe add it to the time. Let me take one of these out here. Let's call it time equals what I was doing here. So let's replace both the times I used that with time. And let's set, oh, my bad. Let me copy that first, replace it. Then, and for some reason there it did it twice. That's okay, we'll just get rid of this part of it. replace it with time. Let's make sure I didn't break anything real quick. I haven't done anything with the offset yet, so it won't be different. But I just want to make sure I didn't break anything with that kind of refactoring I did on the code. No, it looks to be fine. Okay, so then I think what we'd want to do is take this time value and multiply or add the offset. And I don't know that that offset will be anywhere from 0 to 1. This one will be anywhere from 0 to 1. We'll want to see if that actually does anything yet. And remember, I put that boolean that asks you if you even want to use the offset. So I need to go ahead and set that to true for all of those. And then let's see if that works to some degree. So take a look at this down the line. At start, it doesn't really seem like anything was happening there. But if you look at it straight down the line, you can see this end part, the part further down the interval. So imagine we're doing that equation on all of these different blocks. The blocks really far down the interval are going to have a bigger offset. Like their offset is going to be 1, the one far away, and the one closest is going to be 0. So you can see that they start turning first down here, essentially. And now all we need to do really is scale that offset. So what we will do is have a variable, and this is why we did 0 to 1, because then we can scale it easily. You don't want to be scaling 0 to 112. You don't want to be scaling some offset value that is 0 to 112, but scaling 0 to 1 makes it very manageable, because I always know what that max offset is going to be. So let's take a look at it here. Okay, again, offset scale is 0, so now, oh dang it, my bad. I actually need to multiply this by the offset scale. The reason I realized I hadn't done that is because the end part was still moving faster than the beginning part, and my offset scale was 0, so it technically should not have been doing that. See, so now it's not, because it's being multiplied by the scale. So if we set this to 1, you'll see it's just a little bit at the end there. If we set it to 2, you'll see it starts getting a little crazier. Let's go ahead and set it to 20. Now it's looking really crazy. If we set it to 200, it starts looking very random. And you know what's interesting, actually? If we look at it from above, it's going to look like a sine wave, basically. You see it, in a way, it looks like a wave is sort of working its way through this. But let's see if we can find a good value for this. Let's do 100. That actually looks pretty much perfect, but let's mess around with it a little more. Okay, that I feel pretty good about. So let's go out and let's set it to 120. And if you have any questions about this, let me know. I mean, because we have like 4 hours and we only need to make like 3 levels. First level's almost done and it's 30 minutes in. Cool, and let's actually see how that plays out. And I think it's Control 9. Let me open the profiler real quick. I just want to make sure this isn't too much physics. Okay, it's not even registering on the... Yeah, so really, it's not even... I don't even need to worry about it. But yeah, again, if you wanna see how this game ends up going, feel free to subscribe. Oh wow, that looks very chaotic. Let me actually fix something real quick. I'm facing the wrong direction when I start, and I should be not doing that. Player spawn. Oh. I was messing with the directional light accidentally. Let me make sure I generated light for this. That's something random, not really what we're doing right now, but... Let's see, the player spawn, where is it? Player spawn is up there. Okay, let's move it up just a little, and let's rotate it in the Y direction. Let's rotate it in the Y direction. I see. I have global set. Okay, but that's still what I wanted, so that's good. And now I should be facing forward when I start the level. And I am, so that's good. Okay, I'm starting to get the feeling this is going to be pretty much impossible. Oh, no, it's not so bad, actually. Oh. Oh, dang it. So I feel pretty happy with that in general. Let me see if I can just kind of, like... No. Oh, dang it. I'm wondering if I can speed run it. Because these levels are... Oh! Dang it. Alright, and can I go a little bit quicker? Okay, so it looks like it's fairly simple to do it slowly and hard to do it quickly. And remember, there's going to be a global leaderboard. So people are going to want to do it quickly. Sorry, I'm just looking at it to see if there's anything wrong with it, and I do not believe there is. I feel fairly good about that. Let's mess with it just a tiny bit more. Let's maybe increase the distance to 12. I feel good about 12. It's as fast as I think it needs to be. Let's mess around with this for a second. Yeah, I should make it like this. I actually kind of want to try that. Is that even... Yeah, I want to try this. I'm actually curious about this. This is interesting. This might be a more interesting form of this level. Or just a really impossible version of it. Let's see what I got. Or it's just a really boring version of it where you wait a long time in between things and can't really fall off. Oh no. Okay, very cool. So my only consideration really is that maybe I'll do... What do you think? Should I make like the last 10? Should I make the last 10 vertical up and down and the rest of them horizontal, or should I just leave it all horizontal? Might kill the speed runs, but it also is a little bit interesting, I think. And you should really test it. I changed the distance to 12. I should probably test that real quick, just to make sure that didn't somehow make it impossible. Good enough. If I can get past that first wave, it means you can get past all the other ones. So that level is now done, and I'm pretty happy with it, I think. I think it's pretty good. Now we just need to come over here to the finish line and actually set this up correctly. Cool. I believe Y needs to turn in, oh, my bad, -90. You see you have the timer here. We'll set it up right there. Cool. I believe that should be good. Okay. So now we will start on 4-4. So we have 2 levels left. And we'll be done with the levels. Let's go ahead and duplicate 4-3. Let's open that duplication. Let's rename it to 4-4. Reload. Generate the lighting for it. These are all the lightings that we've made. Then get rid of all of this, because we don't need it anymore. That's from the last level. This will be an easier way to do that. Cool. And so now we kind of have this base level again. Sorry, just... Okay, very cool. Let's take a look at what some of the other level ideas were. I have like a Frogger type circular level, so you're going and there's rings rotating, and on those rings are little studs that try to knock you off, so you kind of have to like... It's like Frogger, essentially. So if you like that idea, let me know. Or just one odd shape that's rotating. Can I make an odd shape? There's some good ones here. Consecutive upside down funnels, or consecutive funnels. Let's see. There's really some good ones. Let's see if we can find an odd shape. Maybe we'll make some extra levels, because there's some that I wanted to make. Do we even have the ability to make an odd shape? Can I make an odd shape somehow? I mean, what shapes do I have available to me? Prism. Maybe if I rotated this direction and just started rotating it. No. I mean, I guess certainly I could make a shape stranger. Let's do this. Let's make this radius 8, I guess. Let's build one of those. Let's grab a prism, not a prism. Let's grab a cone. Let's move it out of there so I can see it. Let's give it 6 sides. And I guess change its height to be like something like that. And let's build one of those. And then was there one more that I thought looked good? Maybe just a pipe with less sides. Something like that. And let's build that as well. I'm just trying to grab a few shapes here that would make, you see, like this one. Let's move it over here. Let's set it to a floor. Okay, we're back here. Let me do this through numbers so it's a little easier. And let me make this rotation -90. And let's go down to it. And let's go ahead and set these ones also to floor. Floor being something that the ball can actually hit. And then let's go ahead and also, just while we're doing it, set their materials to the object space. To the object space one. Cool. So the idea is kind of like, where's this directional light at? Just change it to something like that. The idea is basically just that I have this. We're actually probably going to want to make this a little bit bigger. Probably about that big. Move it down to here. And we'll put a script on it called rotate on axis. We want it to abide by physics, and we want it to be along its y-axis. And let's see if that's, let me actually take a look at this rotate on axis. Is it actually, it is, so it is using physics, this rb.move rotation, so that's good. Okay, so let's take a look at it here. It's not actually rotating, surprisingly. Oh, I see. Does not currently have a rigid body on it. And let me go ahead and put a, let me fix all of these real quick because we're going to rotate them all the same way. Let's put a rigid body on it. We'll make them all kinematic, turn off gravity, make this 0, turn this to a AAA, and turn this to continuous. Keeps doing continuous speculative. I just want continuous. Although, actually, let's make it speculative. I believe that helps with rotations, although I've never had to use it. Normally when you learn about like, oh, the difference between discrete, continuous, and dynamic, it's because you actually had to do it. Like you would try to use discrete, it wouldn't work, and then you'd find somewhere online that you had to do continuous. Never had to use speculative, just continuous. So I don't know that it's really needed, but I'm going to do it anyway, because I can. And let's start it. Now you see it's rotating. Obviously very slow. Let's turn this up to 20. So another problem that may be on it, is that a problem? Maybe that could be kind of interesting, honestly. Like if I put like 3 of those in a row. And I set the speed to 40. You know what we need that we used before? A nice offset. Public float use offset equals false. We're just going to do the same code that we did before. Use offset equals false. Oops, sorry, it's not a float, it's a Boolean. Public float offset scale. Actually not quite the same here because it was hard coded in that other one. This one This one we'll just set the offset to a value. Okay. And then here, this is your delta rotation. Let me think real quick. How do I offset this? I think initially right at the start here, we would just change its rotation. Vector 3 offset, vector 3 offset vec equals new vector 3. And this actually matters based on the axis we chose. So let's do this. Change that all to offset vector. Change these ones to offset. Then just instantiate this as 0 because it will be changed because there's only 3 options and I'm covering all of them. If you have any questions about that, let me know. And then cool. Let's see how that is. Because if we didn't do the offset, it would just be, again, it would just be the, they would all be in line with each other, just like it was on that last level. So let me take this one, and it will use the offset, but it'll be 0. This one will use the offset, it'll be 20. And this one will use the offset, and it will be 40, and let's see what that gets us. Unfortunately, it happens in start, so I can't change it once it's going. Is it any different? It's hard to tell. No, it's not. It does not appear to be different. Let's see if we can just set it. And then let's try that one more time here. And I forgot to do this. Let's make sure that only people who want to use the offset actually are doing it. Okay. Dang it. I messed up. Because these already had an initial... Okay, this is actually a little more complicated than I was thinking it was. It's because they have an initial Z rotation. And I am trying to set the rotation. I should just be... I think maybe what I need to do is take the initial one and multiply it by that offset. Just kind of what you're doing down here. Yeah. So let's see. Okay, cool. So that's what we wanted. So now you see there's this offset. Obviously, it's not quite enough. And I think because their speeds are the same. So let's take a look at them. And let's do this one is 60 and this one is 120. And let's slow them down. They're definitely a little too fast. I think that would be pretty much impossible. All right, let's check this out real quick. I think this might be just a little bit too much. I think what we probably want is for them to spin on their center axis. Oh. Okay. Oh. Actually, is not all that bad. Oh, no. Okay, so it's actually not all that bad. I think we can actually run with this. I think we can actually run with this. And probably even... I still want to use these a little bit. I think we can make 3 more. Because this one is 0, this one is 60. This one is 120. I'd like it to go... I'd almost like it to do a full 360. Let's copy and paste them. Let's move them down. You know, this is World 4, so it's supposed to be difficult. So let's just make it so. Move this guy out of the way. Pipe 3 should be... What is it, 180? No. 0, 60, 120, yeah, 180. 180. It should be 240. This will be 300. And do I want to make one more? Is it really that? And this one will be 360. Let's see what that looks like. Sorry, give me a second. I think I placed this one inappropriately. Yeah, it's a little bit off. Let me take a look at this one too, make sure this one's not off. It is off. So let me take all of these actually. Make sure that they're pretty much flush so that you don't have any problems. Okay. And then let's start it. Okay, so to me that's pretty cool. Let's see here. I'm going in. No! Oh no! I thought I could get in there. Although I think that would have been a death sentence for me anyway, so... So it's actually fairly tough as is. I think that's probably good, because it is World 4 again. It's supposed to be hard. But I still... Okay, fine. I won't use the icosphere. Whatever. But I do still kind of want to use the cone. I think that maybe I could make it bigger. Let's go ahead and set this to 0, 0, 0. Okay, and let me get rid of these real quick. Move this guy down. So this guy will actually need what I'm going to call a handle. And that handle, I'm going to put the 0, 0, 0. Then I'm going to put the... Well, actually, I'm going to put it under the cone and set it to 0, 0, 0. And I don't actually remember how tall I made this cone. Or what I made that. Let me see. Height 11... Radius 1. Sorry, radius 1. Okay, cool. So that should be the distance from here to here. That's at 0, 0, 0. So now I'm going to put the cone under the handle. And it looks like the cone in the X direction needs to move 1. Oop, not quite. One of these needs to be 1. Looks like this needs to be -1. Oh, you know what? I had scaled this. I need that to be there. Sorry, what was it? -1? And now you see that that handle is right in the center. And the reason we're doing that is so that we can rotate it like this. And now it's just perfectly rotating. Whereas the other one was rotating like this. Which ended up being pretty cool, but it won't be cool on this cone here. So we want something like that. Nah, okay, cool. So, let's see. That's good. This will put the 0, 0, 0. Rotation to -180, it looks like. Oh, okay, never mind. That actually doesn't matter. Set this as 0, move it out. Now make it way bigger. Okay. Set it up against it. Let's actually rotate it. What did I have? 6 sides? 60? 30. Cool. Started at 30. Move it up. And then let's go ahead and copy and paste it. Move it over here. And flip it. That looks like 180. And move it out. And I wonder if this is possible. And then on these ones, and again, if you have any questions, or would just like to introduce yourself, I'm Dom, by the way, Danger Dom. Let's go ahead and add rotate on axis. We did not want to use an offset. We do want the speed to be 30. We do want it to be based on physics. And we'll need to go ahead and place rigid bodies on this because that script here tries to access that rigid body. No gravity, kinematic, interpolate, and continuous speculative, just like before. And then that should be good. And then I say based off physics, I say in the x direction, 30. Let's see. Oh man, they're rotating opposites. Maybe that's kind of good. All right, let's see if it's possible. It's certainly daunting looking, but I actually don't think it'll be too hard. I think it'll be just hard enough at the end of the other level that it'll stress you out. Or the other part to this level that it'll stress you out. Okay. Or it's full on impossible. This might be a little too hard. Maybe this is just the level. Because you need to like adjust your speed and you get less area to do that. Oh, okay, so it's not impossible. I gotta get it. Let me see. I keep hitting that bump and it's messing me up. Oh, there we go. Okay, and as long as it's not impossible, I'm pretty much good with putting it in. So let's see here. I think I want to put it at the end though. Is this too mean? Like, is this just too much to do to somebody? I guess I'm doing it to myself because I'm gonna have to beat all these levels. The only problem I'm seeing with this level is that I'm wondering, is it just too... Like, is it too much of a... Can you, like, do this part quickly? And I'm not sure that you can. I think it's pretty much a waiting game. Okay, it's not that bad. And I'm just wondering if the retry is going to take you too long and you'll become disinterested, because maybe this part is going to become too easy. At which point you'll be like, yeah, I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to get through this part 60 times to just try that other thing once. Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. It didn't take me more than like 4 tries. Okay. So now we'll put the end. And the finish line, we'll move it over. And that will be that for that level. And I'm pretty happy with that. It's weird. Should I... I wonder if it would be better to put one of these up front, up here, then this, then another one, because you'll know to yourself, like, oh, this part was hard, this part was difficult, this part was okay, but now after doing all that, I need to do another one. You know, like, I think it'll be really stressful. Whereas this part, you don't really know is hard until after you've beaten this part. Like, the first time you beat this part, after having done this initially as well, and you come to a second one of these, you're going to think, like, oh no, it's going to really get you, it's going to get the anxiety flowing for sure. And I'm just thinking maybe that's the move. Hard to say. For now, let's be done with it. I think that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it for sure. Let's go ahead and copy that. What is it, 205? Okay, 2 levels down, and now we're in. Not bad. Here's the other levels, by the way. Duplicate it. Open it. Rename it. Rename it. Reload it. Okay, cool. Make sure this one is good. Alright. And then get rid of all that. Actually, you know what? Let's make this thing a prefab. It's pretty cool. Maybe it would be good for other levels. We'll call it like, I have no idea what to call this. Well, actually, let me, before I do that, put it under the first handle. So it's 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Then take it out and put the other two under it. Oh, my bad. So to 1, 1, 1, then take it out, set it back to 1, 1, 1, and then put these other two under it. Cool, and now you can sort of move these around as you please. And then we'll go ahead and make that a prefab so that I can use it later. So you see if I drag this out, I get another one of them. Drag it out, get another one of them, right? Pretty cool. I almost wonder if this level would just be better if it was just a few point bridges in a row. I don't know. I'm kind of getting commitment bias to the fact that I made these, and now I just kind of want to use them. Okay. So let's get rid of all this. And then let's do this last level here. Let's see what we got. So we did the odd shape rotating. The Frogger circular level, where it's just like rotating with studs on it and you have to go across it. I like the idea, I just feel like it's gonna be just sounds maybe too easy once you know the trick, because obviously it's gonna have to be doable in some way. Because obviously it's gonna have to be doable in some way. I don't know. Odd shape rotating. Okay, I have an idea. What I'm going to do is a thin path, and on either side is going to be a sawtooth shape, and on the other side is going to be the same sawtooth shape. They're going to be offset a little bit, and they're going to move like this. And if you're on the point on the path where this sawtooth gets you, it'll push you off, right? So then I need to make that. Do I have the ability to make a sawtooth? I think so. I believe I can do that. Let me see. Make a plane. Yeah, I guess I can just go down to that plane. And then I think I can do Pro Builder, new poly shape. Make it orthographic, and then start here, go out here, I think I'm gonna wanna first go out a little bit, then up, then over, then back, over, up, over, back. There's really not a good tool for this, it doesn't seem like. Up, over, up, back. Let's do one more and then we'll call it there. I don't think the shape needs to be perfect. And hello to anybody who joined. We're making Awesome Apey Orb. It is a platforming VR game in which you take control of a ball and sort of rotate through these levels. I am currently making the last level that we'll be making over the month. And it sort of involves a pathway and a jigsaw piece on either side that's trying to push you off, essentially. So right now I'm trying to make the jigsaw piece, as you can see from this sort of sawtooth looking thing. Oh. I'm not quite sure Gotta raise this now. It says cleaning the mesh failed. I'm not quite sure what that means. I'm actually... Okay, cool. So I think that's pretty much what I think that's pretty much what I want. Okay. Editing a poly shape will erase any modifications made to the mesh if you accidentally... I believe that's good to go. Okay, so I made this sort of jigsaw looking thing. And you know, it just occurred to me that I'm not actually sure that the ball can fit inside this. That's okay though. I think I can just scale it up and it will be fine. Cool, so something like this, essentially. Uh-oh. I needed one more out. I think I can just edit this. I'm not a 3D modeler. Also, if you would like me to explain anything, feel free. And if you're interested in learning game development, we have a Discord in the description. So we're all trying to sort of learn there. And that I would definitely recommend that you join. Also, feel free to subscribe, obviously. Not that. I think I can do like an extrude face or something. Extrude face. Cool. And this is, I'm using Pro Builder. It is a, it's a pretty cool Unity tool that lets you do a little bit of 3D modeling within Unity. Makes it easy. Oh, what's up, Tony? I'm blowing through levels today, Tony. I'm blowing through them. Okay, so now you'll get something like that. And that's what we want. It's clearly not perfect. I think maybe I would have been better off. Let me think about this. I mean, very bad sleep. What, you were having trouble sleeping last night, or? Okay, cool. And so we'll name this Sawtooth. Did the Fortnite not go well after we had talked? I guess probably not. Make it a rigid body. Same thing we normally do. Continuous. Yeah, that sucks, Tony. I'm sorry. That's hard. What was good about it? Here, I'll be back in 1 second. Give me just 1 second here. Okay, very cool, and we're back. Hey, Austin. I'm glad you made it. Has it been you the whole time? Are you the one who has been in here? Because if so, I can't believe you didn't tell me. I've been trying to talk to you for the last hour. Let's take this ball. See if it fits. What's the smallest one? This one here. Let's just make sure that this is an appropriate size for this ball. We were top 200 for the whole tourney for our 6 games. Then my teammates started fighting. Then they left, and yeah. What were they fighting about if you guys were doing so well? That sucks. But also, I mean, how much does that suck? I mean, they were just random teammates, right? So you guys were. It's cool that you guys were doing well at least. Sucks a little bit, I guess, but I'd be more focused on the fact that it went well. I'm waking up. Okay, so that looks like a pretty good size for all of that. Then we're gonna go ahead and, I guess, just copy and paste basically. One more time. Can you guys hear Aaron? Let me know. Austin, I was wrecking people in Rocket League on my lunch break. It was sad, really. Poor guys. I tried to tell them, I said, hey, you gotta leave. We're gonna beat you. They were so naggy and they were fighting over who gets this gun and they just didn't get along. Well, they weren't that good either. Tony, what you need is a nice team of older kids who aren't gonna just like totally be annoying. It's pretty cool with the low latency too, that I can actually read your guys' stuff and respond appropriately. Let me go ahead and put a material on these as well. The object one. Bloop. 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 Like my other trio who left me. Were they older? Oh, were they older kids? Okay, and then we'll basically want to take these, copy and paste it. Move them out here. Rotate them along their z-axis, 180. And then shift it over. Oh, well, that sucks. That they're, yeah, you don't want them too old because old people are bad at Fortnite, but you do, you do definitely want a little bit older maybe. That way they're less annoying. Although older kids will have other priorities is another thing. Yeah, maybe older is not better, at least in this instance. Okay, and then we're gonna take this, we'll copy paste it, move it up, put it under a handle so that I can more easily manipulate it. Take it out, put this under, rename it pathway, move it forward, what, 5? Oh. Move this handle back. But that's okay, Tony. Just keep working your hardest in one day. I mean, like, because if you become undeniably good, good people are going to want to play with you, if that makes sense. Everybody wants to be on the team with somebody who's, like, destroying. So, which is why solos is so important, you know what I'm saying, Tony? Because if you prove yourself in solos, then you're undeniably good. And people will want to be on your team, you know? It's like why Austin always wanted to play with me. Linear movement. We will move it in the X direction with speed. Speed. I don't remember what that yes was a yes to. Maybe just you were saying yes to what I was saying. 5. No offset. Distance. Maybe 5 as well. Use physics. Offset. Scale. Okay, cool. Let's see. Okay, so that's not really what I wanted. Maybe it is. Let's check that out. Dang it, I put it facing the wrong direction. Okay, so Austin, was it you in here the whole time? And you're just not talking again now? You gotta tell me if it's you. So, oh, wait a second. These were changed. Let me see again. I wonder... Oh! kind of pushed me back on. Okay, I don't think that's quite going to work out. I think what I want instead... A is for these to be up so that they're not going through the platform. B, for them to be together in their movements. I think for that I just need to put a reverse direction and set it equal to false, and then not in this one, my bad, in this one reverse direction, set it equal to false, and then basically let's see. You have this offset. Just to remind myself, okay. And I want it to reverse directions. I think I just changed this to a minus. Maybe I just changed that to a minus. Oh, my bad. Oh, maybe there's a better way to do this. Maybe there's a better way for me to be doing this here. I'm just trying to make it so that this one goes kind of opposite to this one here. I think there's probably an easier way to do this than what I was about to do. I don't know, let's just do it this way. Shift, and then for this, we'll copy it, we'll move it here. We're gonna instead do RB dot move position start position plus shift, and in here we're gonna take all these. I'm gonna say shift equals this. Okay. And then we'll say if reverse direction shift equals negative shift. Reverse, okay. And let's see if that works. Basically just moving it in the opposite direction, hoping that that will work. And it does. It works exactly as intended, so that's good. I am not going to put that functionality into the transform version just yet. I also did not put the offset functionality into that either, so that makes sense. Okay, cool. Should I just make these black? Probably. And then let's go ahead and make their distance 6. Their speed can stay at 4. Let's check it out. Okay, let's check this out. Okay, the black is actually really hard to see. Pretty tough, actually. Okay, give me a second here. The black was really difficult to see. Let's try it this way. It's pretty rough. It's actually like deceptively difficult. I almost wonder if it's impossible. You good, Tony? What's hitting me at the end there? Is it moving just a little too fast, or? It might be that I need to make these square. No. Okay, it does appear to be possible, so maybe in World 4 Spirit I just leave it, since it's supposed to be difficult. No! 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 Okay, cool. Yeah, it's pretty difficult. I don't know if it's the hardest. I don't think you saw... Okay, so let's call that finished. I just need to put the... And then I'll show you that other level. And let's actually make this a little bit... Wait, can I make it thinner? I think I feel a little too comfortable on it. Like, I don't really feel like I'm about to fall off the pathway unless something hits me. Let me try this again. Yeah, I was doing well. I was close. I know I responded to that late only because I saw it late. Okay, this is a little more nerve-wracking, I think. Oh no! Ah! Ah! Getting tossed around in there like it's a laundry machine. Okay, this is a little more nerve-wracking, I think. This is better because I'm feeling a little... It could probably even... You know what? I'm going to make it even thinner. Because you don't actually have to shift left and right to make it through it. It's really just a timing thing. So I might as well make it pretty thin. I might as well make it like... Might as well make it like that. Yeah, I am getting bullied in there. Okay, wow. Pretty much instantaneously get destroyed on that one. Oh no, this is so hard. Okay, let me see. Ah! Can't even make it past the first one now. Alright, I can do this. Okay, if I can just think before I go. Tony, I'm so bad at this. Jeez. It's so... It's so stressful with it that thin. Okay, I'm getting better at it. Alright, I might have made it slightly too hard. I'll get it. Alright, I'm gonna make it just a tiny bit thicker, then I'm gonna call it there. Yeah, it's for sure all timing on this one. Make it 20% thicker. And then another 10% thicker. I think I'm pretty much good to go on that one. Ah! 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 No! Okay, cool. So that's good. And then let's see. Okay, so let's take a look here. It would appear that we do in fact have 20 levels. Tony, you saw this bouncing one, right? That one was pretty good. This one I don't think you saw. This one's kind of cool. Oh! That one's kind of fun too. Okay, let me see something real quick. Okay. Alright, cool. So, it's been a while since we actually changed what we were doing here, but I mean, I made the 20 levels. That was my goal, so I don't think I need to do any more of that, at least for right now. So those are finished. The audio is more or less finished in a base way, at least. I do need to get some hands. I do need to get some hands in there. Okay. Let's see. Is that red? Is that red or green? That's red, right? Why is it red? Alright, but let me just check something. I just want to check that that finish line still works. It's been a while since I actually passed any of these levels. Okay. I just had an idea. Let me see if I can make a particle system real quick that follows the ball around. There's the old particle system, and then there's a new one. And I'm almost wondering if I should learn the new one. But I don't really know how it works, and I'm not gonna make any. It's not gonna be crazy, so I think I'm just gonna use the old one. I think that I can just go in here. Call it air particles. Move it under there, make it 0, 0, 0. Move it out for now. Start speed to 0. Shape to sphere. Change its radius to something like this. And its thickness to something like that. And then, let me see, it's been a minute since I used the particle system. Let me see, color over lifetime is what I was looking for there. I want something like this, where they fade in and out. Then we want to add some sort of noise. But we'll want to make that 2D. Change it to something like that, but also increase the frequency to something like 4, or maybe 3, or 2. Okay, and then we'll want to make we're making a particle system to surround the player, that way it always feels like they're moving through a space. And we'll see if that works. It might end up just looking kind of weird, so we'll see, but simulation space world. That way when we move, it doesn't move the particles. Say they live anywhere from 4 to 7 seconds. And let's say they're anywhere from 0.2 or even like 0.05 to 0.1. So they're pretty small. And then let's put it under the ball. Okay, cool. And let's see how that feels. Okay, my first thought is that they look terrible. And why do they look so bad? What is it that I'm missing? I feel like I don't believe it's the color. I think it's just a bad material. There's always these sort of like... What am I missing here?
Separate particle.
See what this guy ends up with.
And reduce the alpha if you need, or rather reduce the alpha and reduce right there. Let me know. Reduce. We can already see the particles in a dust format. Reduce quite a lot. So 0.1. That's still too big. Way too big. So 0.0.
All right, let me see if I can make my own. Call it air particles. Call it unlit. Give it that same default particle. It looks like the shape changed for some reason. So we'll want to change that back. Emission is at 10. That seems fine. Maybe this should be 3 and this should be 4. And let's go ahead and change this to air particles. That way I'm in control of the material. Let's go over to air particles. There we go. So we wanted it to blend using additive. When we use the alpha, let's see if we can get a particle here. It's really small. Maybe I can just make this bigger and it'll make it more obvious. Not 0.1, but 2. So it has like this black around it. I guess because... Sorry. It has this black around it, and I guess that's because as it fades out here... Well, let me see. Well, alpha blending will like blend the original color with this new color that I'm putting on top of it based on the alpha value of that particle. So it appears that it's mixing black with alpha as it goes to the edge here. I don't know if I can actually pull up that particle. Let me see if I can. Dang it. Let me see if I can pull it up and maybe we can look at it in more detail. I think if I do control click. Okay. So yeah, it just kind of looks like it's like, so here's the alpha channel, the one that will be used for transparency. And it looks like it's fading out to black pretty smoothly. But it looks like all these other colors are fading out to black the same way. And so it's getting some black edges around here. And when you do additive, it's just adding the color on top of it. So adding black to something doesn't really do anything. And it gives you this sort of, I guess, kind of fairy looking thing. But if I make it smaller, maybe that will look good. Now there's these tiny little air particles that hopefully look good. Additive, the way it blends the color is just by adding the new one on top of it. It doesn't really do any blending. So I think that looks pretty good, actually. It's not bad. Oh. I think that maybe, and now I think that maybe just the emission is too low. We change it up to 20. Let's take another look at it. What I want is for you to feel like you're flying upwards when let me see. This is the ultimate cloud shader, this terrible looking clouds system. It's the ultimate. Oh, this looks kind of fun. Ooh. It's kind of cool. Maybe I could use that for another game. Anyway. Alright, cool. Let's just call it, let's call that okay for right now, the particle system. And let's see if we can... What did I change here? Okay, cool. And then all the players... Well, actually, that doesn't really even matter. But anyway, cool. So now, let's see. I guess now we just move on to the database. I feel kind of weird since we have so many days left. But that's good. I guess you want more time than less. Jeez, I'm thirsty. Alright, anyway, I guess I won't dilly-dally about it. Now we're going to move on to the global database that is going to store... It's going to store the... what do we call it? Times that people have accrued on the levels. So like, and then you'll be able to check who's gotten the best time on these levels, essentially. So you might think that it's hard to set up a global database, but it turns out that it's actually very simple. And so we'll go through that now. We're going to be using Google Cloud, and specifically Google Cloud Functions, and Firebase, or Firestore. So let's see. Let me put some thought to this just for 1 second. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you will, Tony, on some of the levels if you try your hardest. Let me put some thought into this for just 1 second here. Technically, we have a ton of time. I'll go through it. So kind of what's happened here with server technologies, you know, when people say that something is on a server, I don't know why it's... Oh, my bad. That's why. No, it's still not erasing in the correct color per se. But that's okay. We'll just get rid of it all like this. Oh, I see. It's actually erasing it. Like, now I can't see it because it's on the backdrop of... Okay, that's not the best because now I can't see, but hey, whatever. Okay, so when people say something is on a server, what they mean is that it's on a computer somewhere else. There are technically special computers, and they sit in racks, so you have like 16 of them on this one rack here, and each of these is a server. And they got their little lights going. Don't know why that's happening. And they got their little lights going. And then you have your normal computer, which is just your normal desktop that kind of sits in a tower, and it's got its... What is happening? And it's got its USBs and, whatever. Normal computer here. So there are kind of special computers, but essentially they're just computers in the cloud. And so what used to happen is that if you wanted to make a database, I would grab one of these server computers and I would put it inside my home, basically. And then I would allow people to connect to it from the internet, and they would play games that way. So everyone else would be kind of connecting in. Everyone else would be connecting into you from their own personal computers, right? From there, what happened is people realized people don't want to go out and buy servers and set up their own computers. So they bought a ton of servers, and they said, hey, if you want to just like rent one of these servers, you can, and we'll handle all this setup for you. And you'd come in and say like, yeah, I want to buy this server right here. I want to buy this one. I want to rent that for 6 months, and I want to put something on it because I'm going to play a game and people need to connect to the server. And they'd say, okay, cool. So this goes to company A, and then there'd be another person who gets company B, or company B would get this server, and company C would get this server. So it's called bare metal, and basically you're like buying out an actual server that someone else owns. It's kind of just like renting something. And then from there, what happened is people were like, okay, I don't actually need a full server. I don't need we have like 15 servers here. I don't actually need a full one. I just need like a part of one. So they would take this operating system, let's imagine this operating system is a square here, and they'd break it up into 3 different parts. And you would say like, oh, I just want this one operating system on this one server because I'm not doing anything that crazy. And so from there, that was called virtualization. And that's still used pretty frequently. Then from there, and this is all over the span of like 20, 30 years, keep in mind, this is why there's so many changes. You basically, each virtualization, each container has its own operating system. Then I believe they broke it up another, we'll skip that step, but basically within each operating system, you had another like 3 things, and those are called containers. And people like that a lot. But now what it's become is it's called serverless. Serverless programming. And basically what it is you're not even, they say it's serverless, of course it uses a server, but you write like one function. So let's say it's like void do something. You write one function. It's basically like renting the least amount that you can. And, oh, I was running out of space there. And in here it does something, whatever that function wants to do. You deploy that to some server somewhere, but it's not running all the time. It's mostly just staying dormant. Nothing's really happening. But when you want it to run, this, I'm sure it's containers, will, let me write that real quick. This container will spin up your function, which is really just like 2 kilobytes of information. It'll spin it up real quick, it'll run it, and then it'll give you back the information. So it's like a really, really cheap way to have a database, essentially. So I'm sure somewhere else on your database it's stored somewhere, but space is so cheap now that it doesn't really matter. And then your function only runs when it needs to. It doesn't like sit there all day. You certainly don't have a whole server. You don't even need a whole operating system, and you don't really even need a container. You just need to run one function every once in a while. So that's the way we're going to do it. We're basically going to put our function on a server that someone else already owns, albeit, or remember, a server is just a computer somewhere. We're going to take our function, we're going to slap it on their computer, and then we're going to send another command in that says like run function when level completed. Sorry, I know that you can't see anything there. Let me actually because I literally can't see anything. And that was very difficult, to say the least. I should have done this a hot minute ago. La 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 la. Do this quick, do this quick. I should have a better way to do that, but I don't. Then I go here and I make it small again. Cool. Yeah, so we're going to take our function, we're going to put it on their computer, and we're going to tell it to run that function when level completed, basically. In that way, we hardly take up any server space. We don't need to rent a whole server. And basically, you're allowed like 50,000 a day without paying. Because remember, computers are so fast now that running one function 50,000 times a day is it's going to cost them like sub 1 cent. Like it's not going to cost them literally anything to do. So they'd rather I was just able to do it. That way I can get familiar with their service and then hopefully pay them later when I make something that requires, because you can imagine if you're Airbnb or something like that, you're going to be using upwards of like 50 million a day or something like that. And I'll tell you, it's probably a lot more. It might even be in the billions. So that's cool. So the way we're going to do that, we're going to use Google. There are several providers. You can use Microsoft, you can use Amazon, and you can use Google. You use Microsoft mainly if you're an old company who doesn't know what they're doing. You use Amazon if you're a new company. And you use Google if you are smart. So we're going to use Google and see what happens. Okay. So let's change this. Okay, and let's take a look at it. And Tony, the stream is clear, right? You can see. I'm getting a little bit lower resolution on it. I'm just making sure that it's actually seeable. So we'll want to go to Firebase, which is Google's cloud system for mobile apps for like Android and iOS. And we're going to do create a project, and we're going to call it Awesome Apey Orb. We will accept the terms and continue. Google Analytics for your is a free unlimited analytics solution. I don't care about that right now, so I'm not going to enable it. It is creating it on their servers. Google makes this all really simple for you. Project is ready. Awesome. And we're going to, so this is Firebase. It's like the overall service for mobile applications, but it comes with several different things. And let's take a look at a few of those. Authentication for creating accounts. So if I wanted to make something that people had to sign up for, I would use authentication. Firestore for a database. Real-time database is basically the legacy version of Firestore. You would never really use this anymore. You would want to use Firestore because it's basically everything but better. Powerful queries, yeah. So let's go through them real quick. Storage is just like full-on just storage of files. It differs from Firestore in the way that Firestore is more, it's more of a database in the sense that you're going to have like keys and values. You're going to say like username, their username, age, their age, level time, the level time. Storage is just straight up like binary data that you store. It'd be like images. Like I'd save like binary for an image. Hosting, which is for websites. Functions, which is for what we were just talking about, the serverless functions. And yeah, cool. So, and then machine learning for machine learning stuff. We technically can use Cloud Firestore without using functions. The only reason I'm not going to do that is because it will, and let's go ahead and upgrade this real quick to pay as you go. Cool. And I might need to put in my info real quick, so I will. Yeah, my billing account sounds good. Okay. So let me set this up real quick and then I will be back. awesome. So we've gotten payment set up. When you do that, it'll be, I mean, I guess whether you have a credit card or not will kind of depend on, but you don't actually even need to. Spark is just free, and you can do some sort of stuff even in that free one. So you wouldn't even need a credit card to get started. You could start messing around with this kind of stuff, which is really cool. But I'm just going to do this just in case we get a few mana. You've successfully upgraded your party. I don't need that. Well, actually, I guess a budget alert. Let's see what you can get with Spark. Spark plan. 10K a month, 10K a month. 1 gigabyte, 20K a day. Cool. For writes, reads. So it's pretty good. You can definitely do some stuff with it. It's pretty sweet. I probably should have set up a alert just in case somebody tries to spam me and makes me pay some money, but that should be fine. Okay, so from there, let's go into functions. Let's start. So we're going to use Firestore for our database and functions for how we access our database. Let's create a database. We'll start in production mode, which they've changed this. What I wanted was for it to we're going to want it to be US Central. This is just depicting where we're actually going to put this database. You see they have a whole bunch of them. We're just going to do US Central. Wait a minute for it to set up. Okay, cool. So now we have this database here. We'll go over to rules and we'll set this to true because I want everybody to be able to write to it. And then, so if we start a collection, let's call it 1-1. And then we give it a document ID. I think we'll just do an audio ID, field name. It's a string. We'll say their name is Pookie. And then we'll add another field, time, and it's going to be a number in seconds. And let's say that it took them 97.54 seconds. And now you see we have this collection here of documents. We have this one here, and it's their name and their time. And then basically we can just kind of keep adding to that. Auto ID. Let's say that another person, their name was Sam, their time was 42.5 seconds, even. Cool. So now you see in level 1-1, we have 2 people who have done it, and these are their names and their times. And that's sort of how that would work. Right now, we'll just want to delete this collection because that's all just fake information that I was showing you just so you could get used to it. And then here we'll want to get started with functions. Cool. I think what we're going to need to do is create a folder under Awesome Apey Orb that's called Firebase. And then I believe we can just go in there. Where is this? Documents. Awesome Apey Orb. So now we're in this directory, and then we'll go into Firebase. And I believe we can do Firebase init to start a Firebase project locally. basically we have this Firebase project in the cloud, but now we need to create it locally so that we can actually connect, just so that it's aware of this cloud. You're about to initialize, yeah. Which features do you want for this folder? I do want, oh, my bad. Let me try this again. I do want to proceed. I want functions, and that's pretty much it. Okay. Select an option. I have already created it, so I'll use an existing project. Add Firebase to an existing. Okay. Let me hold off on this part, actually. This is a little bit... I'm trying to remember how all this goes. I know that it's simple. Okay. To use functions, you need to install the command line tools. Okay, I have that. Firebase init. Open the terminal, navigate to your code. Initiate your project. Deploy your functions. Awesome, okay. So I think what we needed to do was just say that it was a new project. So again, we want Firestore, we want functions, and then I think we want to create a new one. Unique product ID. So it appears that I'm forgetting a little bit how this is done. Let me think for 1 second here. What did I do wrong? Let me see. Getting started with Firebase functions. Let's see, I'm sure someone has a nice... Let me see here. Okay. And that might have been the problem. I think I was logged into a different... Now I should be able to pick an existing project. Firestore functions. Let me see. Awesome Apey Orb. There we go. What language would you like to use to write cloud functions? So, realistically, I know JavaScript, but JavaScript is kind of on its way out. People nowadays are using TypeScript, but I don't know that I want to deal with learning that right now while you guys are watching. I should probably learn TypeScript some other time, so we'll go with JavaScript. No. Wait. Not really. Yes. So this all probably looks pretty crazy, Tony, because it's using the command line, but the command line is just a way that you interface with your computer that is not your mouse and keyboard. They just have, it's just because it's got a black screen and like kind of bad text. It's just because they never bothered making it look nice, essentially. But all I'm doing is just kind of like downloading some files, much like if you went to any other website and downloaded some files. I'm just downloading the ones necessary for it to run. So let's take a look at this folder. So you see it set up all this for me, basically under Awesome Apey Orb Firebase. The problem was that I was not, and so good, it was not a very hard problem. It was just that I wasn't logged into the right account. I had used my normal email to log in or to create my Awesome Apey Orb project, and I was logged in with a different email. So once I was able to do that, I was able to say Firebase init and then say, yeah, use that one that I already made. And because of that, it set all this up for me. And then now we're going to need to go into that and actually start writing these functions. So let's see. I think we can, at this point, get rid of that. None of that. Okay. Go to functions. I believe I need some sort of, that's okay. Let me see if I can write this function now. File, open folder, and so now we're going to want the functions folder. If you look at it, I have the Awesome Apey Orb and this one now. And the index file is where it all sort of comes together. Functions index. Okay. And so here's an example that I'm not going to use. What I'm going to do instead, oh, not that. Let's create a new file and call it leaderboard functions. And in here, so now we're getting into some JavaScript coding. And for this, I'm actually going to go ahead and copy some code from another project. So let me be right back, just in case there's some sensitive information in that. Okay, cool. And so now we basically, okay, so I basically set up a few things. We're going to be using and so you can basically ask questions about this as you go along. I guess I won't go too much into it because it's not complicated, but it does require a certain amount of knowledge to explain it. Although we do have a bunch of time, so maybe I could just go over it. Um, Essentially, we're using a language called Node.js. It's or it's not a language, I guess. It's more of a something built on top of JavaScript, but basically it's for server database sort of code. So, which is exactly what we're coding here. So it makes sense that we would be using Node.js. And we're also using something else called Express, and we're getting it here by requiring Express. We're saving that to this variable that we could have called anything, but we called it Express because it is Express. And then we create an Express app. And what that does is it just routes certain, what do we call it? Like if somebody requests access to something, it will take in what they're requesting and route them to the correct function, essentially. So then basically down here I'm saying, let's say it's new time. So if somebody makes a post request, and there are 4 different types of requests, you have get, post. As far as like simple databases go, you have get, post, put, and delete, with get being get information, post being post new information, put being update information that already exists, and delete being deleting information. So you basically, we're going to be posting new information. So we'll make, anytime someone has a post request at this URL, new something like whatever, awesomeapyorb.com/new time, we're going to run this function here, essentially. So, and in that function, we're just going to say, Firebase admin, cool. And we'll use queries. There's a few different ways you can pass information over the web. You can use like a form is what it's called, and that's a little complicated. For simple cases, you can use what's called a query string. And so if we look at like, so let's go to google.com and look up like how to dance. If you look at what it actually did, it went to google.com /search. So that's their endpoint. This would be /search, right? So that's their main one. And the query string comes after this question mark here. So whenever you're looking at a URL, the query string is how you're passing information to them. So I'm hitting some function on their backend, and it's saying that everything after this is the query. And it's saying sxsrf equals, the value of that is this. And so now there's another value. Source equals this. Oops, sorry, this. And so they're passing 2 things so far. This will make it a 3rd. And this 4th. So here's the Q, the question, how to dance. Right? So you're passing all this information essentially. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to get information that way. And basically what we're going to do is, I'll probably move these out here just so you're not doing it each time. So let's say name equals request. You get the query off the request object, .name. Time equals, I believe there's a parse float request.query.time. And then we'll want to make a reference to the database. Actually, you know what we're also going to do? Level equals request.query dot level. We're going to pass that information in as well, so that we only need one function. Post a level time. Cool. And then we're going to make a reference to our Firestore database. So we'll say variable reference equals database dot collection, and that collection will be the level. So we'll create a new collection. In the document, we'll just get an auto-generated ID, and then we'll basically say reference dot set the information to, let me create this object real quick. We'll call it info, and it'll just be this object where the name is name, the time is time, and the level is level. If that's confusing, what I'm saying is it'll come in with the field, the field's name will be name, the field's name will be time, the field's name will be level, and I'm passing in this information that I created previously to that. I guess we can make this a little more obvious what I'm saying by saying level. Well, actually, we don't want that. Let's change this to name value, time value, level value. Okay, so now you see that they're different. I'm storing these variables that I'm getting off the query. Then I'm creating an object where the name field is given name value, the time field is given time value, and the level is given level value, essentially. And then I'm going to set the info, or set that document reference to be info. And does this give me back a... It does, it gives me back a promise. Okay, so then I can do... I actually don't even care if it succeeds. If it doesn't succeed, then your time doesn't get set. I don't really care if it doesn't. I probably should. Oh, no problem, Tony. And welcome to the stream, whoever just joined. We are currently creating the database for this Awesome Apey Orb game. The database is going to hold your name and what time you got on a certain level. That way you can see where you are in relation to everybody else. So we're just getting that set up. Okay. And then just send success. I basically don't care if it succeeded or not. And then here, we need to get the service account. This index file is basically just where we wrap all the functions together, where we say, and whoever just joined, if you have any questions about what I'm doing, which I'm sure you do because it's pretty, this is more computer science than it is game development, just let me know. And because we still have an hour left, and I wasn't planning on getting this anyway, so let's see. Okay. My bad. Let me do this like somebody who knows what they're doing. Leaderboard functions. Leaderboard functions. And we'll pass it in that file that we just wrote called leaderboard functions. Okay, so then we're getting that file we just wrote that had that function that saved your time to the database. And we are giving that to basically Google Cloud here, exports.leaderboard functions. Let me, leaderboard functions dot app, right? No, dot, okay, my bad. I forgot to export this. Equals app. Cool. Module.exports is basically your way of passing things out of a file in JavaScript. So now when I write app, it should see that it exists. It does not. Am I forgetting something? Give me 1 second here. Okay, so it's actually, my bad, exports dot app. I thought it was module dot exports for some reason. I'm still, okay, there it is. So now you see that it sees it. And the way you do this is actually as such. Okay, and the reason you declare it like this to Google Functions, passing it into this functions.https.onRequest, is that there are several different types of cloud function that you can do. There's one where you call it via HTTPS, which is like a, hey, you sent it off on the internet. There's one where it automatically runs when anything, like let's say something in the database changes, you can have it run then. So nobody really called it. It's kind of called internally. And then I believe there's one more, but this is how you do the HTTPS one, which is how we're going to access it. So let's see. Let's take a look here. Don't remember if I have to actually go into functions for this. Firebase. What is my... Firebase serve only functions, cool. I had to remind myself of the way to do this. So now it should deploy these locally so we can test it locally before actually deploying it out to the cloud. And again, if you have any questions about this, let me know. We're not trying to be speedy or anything, so. Identifier functions has already been declared. Okay, very cool. So where is that it's having the problem? Oh, okay. Functions require Firebase functions. Let me go back to the Awesome Apey Orb. Okay, cool. I was doing it twice. That's fine. And let's try it again. Yes, we need the service account. I had forgotten about this. So where do I get this service account? I'm going to try to remember. I believe it's in project settings. Project ID, project number. Your can be used to authenticate multiple Firebase features such as database storage radically from a unified admin SDK. Cool. So I will generate this, I will download it, and we'll call it service account key. We'll save it, and then we will move that to the project. This is just linking up. Sure, Jake. So no, it looks like you just wrote that. Basically, we're now creating the database that's going to house the, like your name and what level and what time you got on that level. We had just finished all 20 of the levels, so now we're creating a database so that people can check out like, oh, Steve did it in 37 seconds. Maybe I can beat that. Because they'll want to, I assume people will want to be number one, in the world on these levels. So, and it's going to be a worldwide database. People in India will be competing with people in the US, anything like that. So, should be cool. And right here, I'm just linking up. I'm basically giving my cloud functions admin access to my database, which is not really important. It's just a way for me to access my database from the code that I'm writing. So let's go back into that. Firebase, I believe I put it in here. Okay, so now we have the service key. And now if we go back here, service account. Okay, I named it a little bit differently than I normally name it. Service account key. Okay, and then I believe I still need the database URL. But let's say that I don't. And let's see if it works. Okay, the emulator is not running, so calls. Okay, cool. So now, let's take this URL here. Because it's saying, yeah, it is pretty cool. No, it's definitely sweet that that Google makes it so easy for you to do that. So basically, I was explaining to Tony earlier that the way we're doing it is via HTTPS. What that means is it's the same as any other website works, just like Google. This is an HTTPS request that I've sent to Google when I type in how to dance to Google. So you see it has their URL, then it's /search, so it's hitting a search endpoint. Then it has a query string being everything after this question mark. That's going to define a bunch of key value pairs. So SX, SRF equals everything that comes after that. And source equals all the things that come after that. And so it's broken up by these ands. But let's take a look at this. So I'm running it locally now. My computer is now acting as like a little server. And we'll paste that in. And for some reason it's running it at user functions. I must have forgotten to change this. Yes, I did. So we want to call this leaderboard functions. And let's go ahead and, okay, so that was a bunch of setup really. If you have questions about the setup, feel free to ask them. But now we're really into more of the programming. All I really did was I set up this admin account, and then I exported to Google these leaderboard functions. But the actual leaderboard functions itself are over here, and specifically this one, which takes a post request for new time. Very cool. So in here, let's go ahead and actually let's return res.send hello. Okay. I'm actually not, and then this should now be leaderboard full. Let's just check it out. It is now leaderboard. Oh no. Leaderboard functions. Cool. And so what if we hit, ooh, not what I meant to do. Take a drink of water real quick. Thanks, Tony. Hopefully it will be. I hope that the leaderboards globally will make it more interesting for people to try to beat the levels, but that still is contingent on the levels being fun, which I think that they probably will be, at least to some degree. All right, so if we hit this, let's see what happens. Nothing, because, and I didn't do this on accident. I knew this was going to happen. We did not write to new time. And let's also make this get new time. So what we needed to do is tell it that we wanted to set a new time, and then if we run it again, it now sends back hello, right? Because I'm running as a local server. The only difference later being that I'm going to send this code to Google's server, and when I hit that, and when I hit a different URL that they'll give me, basically it will it'll hit the function on their server somewhere as opposed to on my server, which is just my computer. So that's cool. I would still like it to be a post request though, but you'll see that that won't work because when you put it in the like Google, when you just send it in Google at the top here, it's a GET request every time. And I was telling Tony there are 4 types: get, post, put, delete, corresponding to get information, post new information, put over top of existing information, and delete information. So it's always going to be a get, and I have established that it's a post. So that's okay. Now that's pretty much done. Now we're going to go back to our game. And hey, to whoever just joined, we are making Awesome Apey Orb. It is a pretty sweet, as it turns out, platformer where you're controlling the little ball with joysticks. And you're inside of it, and you're trying to get through levels. And right now we're creating the global leaderboards so that anybody in the world can compete to get the best time on levels. We're using Google for that. If you have any questions on that, let us know. So, very cool. So we have this post request at a new time. Now I think we can just go back to the game itself. Go back to the game and write some code. So now we have the code that's going to sit on the database, but we don't actually have the code in our game that's going to access that database. That's going to like, not access it, but like ping it, like send it the request, right? Because I'm sending requests in my Chrome browser, but I need to do that from Unity instead. So we will go back to Awesome Apey Orb, and we will start making some new files here. And for the 4th person who just joined, let me just show you real quick what this game is sort of about. This is the first level, so it's easy and simple, but the point comes across. Let me reset my view real quick. Okay, so you have these joysticks. They control this ball that you're inside of. Don't know if you can see it. And you roll to the finish line. So there's a little bump here. I hit it hard. Do a little jump. And then you fly up into the air, but you can't really see normally because there's nothing to kind of look at. But anyway, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We're all very friendly here. And feel free to join the Discord in the description as well. Okay, so let's take a look here. We are running these functions locally so that we can test them without deploying them to the cloud. Geez, I'm losing myself in all these. I need to get rid of some of these. And why did I have this open? Yeah, okay, cool. Sorry, just a little bit of cleaning there. Then we go into our scripts and let's create a new folder and call it database. Create another folder called handlers, which is just, I don't think that's the typical way you say it. That's the way that I name leaderboard handler. Okay, cool. And because this game is small, you wouldn't really want to put this, well, let me think real quick actually. Yes, I wonder. Okay. Public. Well, actually, we don't want this to be static. Static bool use local equals false. Well, actually, for right now, it'll equal true. You'd want to put this use local variable somewhere else because you would, if you were making any sort of real game, you would have a ton of handlers everywhere that handle different parts of your database. But we're only going to have the one, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, and then we're going to make a bunch of static public static void. I don't even care if this gives me any response as to whether or not it actually hit the database at all. So public static void submit time. Submit time for level. Cool, and then we'll say, we'll pass that. Sorry, and it's actually going to be public static async void. Submit time for level async. That's just a naming convention. And we'll give it a string, the player's name. String the player's name, a float, their time, and a string for the level. And this does not matter, but I'm kind of a perfectionist when it comes to these things. So let's actually put the time after the level just because that makes more logical sense in my head. Okay, cool. And then let me actually hop over to another project so I can copy some code. So I can copy some code real quick. This seems good enough. Let's grab this guy. And let's paste it. Okay, cool. And let's actually move that into the function here. Okay, cool. So this path, let's go ahead and set that as well. Static string path. And that's going to be equal to so we're just going to set it in here actually, because it's going to change depending on if use local is true or not. But it's going to be the same path that we had before. If use local is true, we're going to do leaderboard functions. And then what was it? New time. Cool. So that's the path. Then we need to make the query string. Then we're going to want to send a post request to path.query. Okay, good. And if you guys have any questions about this, let me know. I'm just kind of going through it here. And I need to not return anything. Essentially, because I said it was void, and void, I said the function was void, sorry, I'm listening a little bit. I said that the function was void. Void functions do not actually return anything. So As in, when you call them, they're not going to give you anything back. They're just going to run, and then you'll never hear from them again, essentially. I think I might have this mixed around. No, I didn't think so. What was the problem here? Okay, I'm not currently seeing what the problem is. That's okay. Let's take a second here. And what was it on the other side? What did we name these? It looks like we had named them the query variables. We had named it name, time, and level. Okay, simple enough. Because that will be important, because it's going to try to grab it by the same name that we give it. Name and time and level. And you see it has the same format. It has the same format as the query string in that Google. Unity web request cannot be found. Let's see. What's wrong here? Sorry, I'm getting all sorts of problems here. Am I missing something in my project? I do not believe I am. Let me see here, actually. I think it's just, what was it? There we go. Okay, and then the question still remains why it's telling me this is a problem, and I don't think it is. I think maybe it'll just kind of leave me alone. Oh, my bad, my bad. And we don't know what the actual URL is yet because we haven't deployed, so for right now, like the one that Google will want. So for right now, we can just hit, we can just set that to nothing. And then all that should be good. And I don't think it's going to bother me with the other things. It was just warning me, but I don't really care about its warnings. You see, I even have them turned off because I just don't care. Okay, cool. So now we have that function. Let us see if we can, what do we have on player? Spawn player seems like a good enough one to test. Spawn player, in start, this is not where it's going to go. This is just a place that's going to happen, where something is going to happen at the beginning of the level. Leaderboard handler, submit, time for level. Let's see, name, Willie, level 1-1, time 57.68 F. You know what I just realized? I don't actually need this to be async because I'm not waiting for anything to come back. Okay, cool. So now let's see if that will output anything. Okay. Okay, so now we should be connected to the local database that we're running. This one here. So let's see. And this is, it will output any logs. So if you recall, I believe, well, let's add something here. Hey, you're connected. Very cool. And then let's run this and let's see if that all works. And if it does, then we can move on and it'll be good. And you see, we set up this whole global database in about 40 minutes. Took 40 minutes for this, I think. So it's pretty cool. Okay, no, so there was an error. Reference error level is not defined. Hey, you're connected. So we at least got there. But then we got an error at a certain point here. And it's because level... Oh, my bad. Well, let's go ahead and print this object to make sure that we have the right info. And let's go ahead and run that again. It seems like it didn't run that time. Did I not save it? No, I did. Is it not running? Hey-o, let's change it a little bit. Huh, so strangely now it's actually not running the function. Let's go back to Awesome Apey Orb and let's... I don't quite know why it wouldn't be running it. That's weird. Let me make sure that it's at least running this. And if anybody in here is new, feel free to ask questions. Feel free to ask questions. Feel free to subscribe, join the Discord. It's all pretty good. We're all pretty good stuff. So, okay. For some reason, it's just totally. Let me just restart the. Oh, because it was an error. I think because it was an error, it had gotten stuck hanging on that. Like, it never ended up returning. Let me get rid of this first. Let me go over here so that starts loading. But it never... It, like, hit this endpoint, it got into it, it hit an error, then stopped because I didn't handle that error and was caught hanging. So all of that was kind of hanging in limbo. So, but it looks like... The changes worked. Hey, oh, you're connected. Name, Willie, time, this, level 1-1. So that's all good. So now, actually, you know what? That might be in my database now. Okay, it doesn't surprise me. I was having lag issues the other day. Well, give me 3 seconds to grab some water. I'm getting very thirsty. And all this talking is destroying my throat. And then we'll figure that problem out. I need to get a bigger cup. Wow. Who's all in here, by the way? Look, it says we got 4 people. What do we got? Jake, Tony, Austin, and maybe someone new. Okay, interesting. So it is not. It's either. Oh, wait a second. No, this should work. Let's make this async. And let's await this. We already saw that I was passing the information incorrectly. We'll keep the heyo for now. And let's run it again and see what happens. Is it having problems again? Also, hey to whoever just joined. We are creating a game called Awesome Apey Orb. It is a platformer in Unity. And right now we are creating... It's a platformer, so there's going to be time involved as far as who beat the level first. So we're making a global leaderboard that anybody can compete on. If you're from India, you're from the US, you're from Brazil, it'll all be the same leaderboard. So it's pretty cool. I'm just trying to figure out why we're running into some trouble here. Is it... I am returning it. So we're just writing a function that will run in the cloud here. Okay. Let's run this again. Cool. Okay, cool. So now it's working. So you see now for level 1-1, we have the... I actually don't know why I'm saving the level now that I'm looking at it, but we have their name and their time, essentially. So let's actually go ahead and edit that document. We don't actually care about the level. The level is just the level is just used to define what collection it should go under. So very cool. Let's come back here and let's change it up a little bit just to show you guys kind of what's happening here. Go to where that's called. And let's say that it was level 1-2. And let's say that it took them 47 seconds. And that their name was Paul. Okay. Looks like it worked. And then over here, Paul took him 47.68 seconds. Good job, Paul. Okay, very cool. And then so as you can imagine, there's going to be a different collection of people for each of these levels. So this will go all the way to 4-5, encompassing the 20 levels that we have made. Under 1-1, you'll have all the people and their times. Very cool. There's only one more thing we need to do, really. And that is create a password. That way people can't just cheat like big cheaters. I'm sure they'll still find a way, but basically I'm going to say, alright, so that doesn't really matter anymore. Cool. Let's comment it. Create the document info, send the, or sorry, set the document with info. Cool. Password check. Okay, so for the password check, we'll say if, I think we can just do it in a query. You know, I really don't know. Let me test something real quick. Well, because it's not like the URL you submit is encrypted in any way, but I believe that the form data is encrypted. So let me see if I can real quick figure that out, just so that it's a little more secure. I don't actually really care about the security of it, but I'm fairly certain people will try to cheat, so I might as well, because I think other people will care. Console log, recto body, very cool. Let's go back to the Awesome Apey Orb. Okay. Go back to Awesome Apey Orb. Very cool. And here we'll say form equals new www form.add field password, and that password is going to be super password. Okay, because you can imagine if I didn't have this password that people would be able to just take this URL and literally just like put it in Google and then say, yeah, my query string, I'm Sam and my time was actually negative. It was so good that I was negative 14.5 seconds. That way nobody can beat you. And you just send that off on the web, it'll hit my database and it'll mess it up. But instead, I'm gonna add this form data and I'm gonna send it in here. And let's make sure that that actually works. Real quick. I was not planning on saying that I was going to change the password. I was just going to do it later and then send them back a response that said like, you really thought I wasn't going to change that password, you mother effer. Basically, just kind of make fun of them for trying. But okay, cool. So it does appear that it is coming in correctly, password, super password. So then in here, we basically just have to say, yeah, there's nothing funnier than your battle with people who are trying to cheat. Okay, cool. So then we basically just need to say if request.body.password is not equal to super password, return res.status 404.send. Basically, you're saying that when you say that its status is 404, you're saying it was an error. And then I'll send like you didn't say the magic word. Cool. And so then we will... Well, first of all, how many do we have? Looks like we have 2. So we'd be looking for it not to be 3 next time we run this. Oh, my bad. Don't know why I did that. La, 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 la. Okay, and then let's say that this had this instead. Uh-oh. That might crash. Oh, didn't. Okay. Okay, cool. So what we got back was you didn't say the magic word, and then over here there is no third document. Very cool. So now they're going to need that password if they want to hit this and submit something. So we'll change it back to that. Yes, of course, I'm going to change this later to some like totally random thing. That's totally not the same password, but... And that should be good. So if you were watching from the start, you now see that basically it's extremely easy to make a sort of global database, so it's pretty cool. Does anybody, before I move on, does anybody have any questions about any of that section? Did I? Oh, yeah. This is, thanks, Tony, I appreciate it. This is a camera lens cup that Clark has because my roommate Clark is a director, so he's all into this sort of stuff. He just watched Mecha Godzilla versus normal Godzilla, like the 1972 rendition or whatever, this morning, so... That's how into directing he is. Yeah, Tony, so it's kind of interesting. Now that you've been watching for a little bit, you're probably... Or I guess, like, you're saying that there's, like, all sorts of kinds of programming. Like, what I just did was database programming as opposed to game programming. And it's fairly similar, but it's got kind of a different setup, Like, if I want to make a game, I create a Unity project. If I want to make a database, I create a Firebase project using, like, Google. But it's all similar looking. Like, this code probably doesn't look too different than this code, It's basically just a little bit different syntax for each one. So let's go ahead and deploy this. Firebase deploy only. And Firebase is really cool. I mean, you can do a lot of stuff with it. Like if you wanted to learn web development, at this point, I might recommend that you use like Flutter, which is basically a mobile, it's a way to develop iOS apps, but it's also a way to do websites. But then it also happens to nicely integrate with hosting. So you could write your own website and then you could put it up on Google's hosting, which is basically going to be this like, hey, give us your website and it's instantly all across the world and it's free, so you don't even have to pay for it. The other option is to use Wix, which is good, but it's going to cost you a lot of money, And if you know Flutter and you know Firebase hosting, it's basically free to make as many websites as you want, so... Tony's watching this so he can make his own game called... Ban him, Tony. You see, like, Wix is like a whole bunch of money. If you just want to learn something cool and make something free, like, I'll probably just use Flutter and hosting from now on, next time I make a website. Yeah, Tony, I'd love to see your game. Great Gorilla Orb is a pretty good name, actually. It's like it might be better than Awesome Apey Orb. Is that the only emote that is available? Let me check this. Because everybody's always doing it. Okay, so there's not a ton of them. And not a lot that they would even... Hey, look, the monkey. Why aren't you guys doing the monkey one? But anyway, alright. Looks like we lost somebody, so we'll get back to it. People come here for the games, okay? They don't come here for the chat, the idle chit-chat. Okay, so we'll do Firebase deploy only functions. And this will tell us what the actual URL is. Huh. Okay, Jake. I would just wanted to test it. I thought I would be able to say how long the timeout was. I didn't realize it was just gonna time you out. Maybe I can reverse it though. Oh no, and it deleted all your messages too. Sorry, Jake. I don't know what I'm doing. If you know how to untime him out, Tony, do that, but I don't think you can. Okay, anyway. Let's see. Okay, well that's not very helpful, I have to say. Literally just says that it's an unknown error. Okay, looks like it was just a one-time error. We'll wait for that to deploy. That way we can get the URL. And it does take a while. So now I guess would be a good time to ask questions as well if you guys have them while we're just waiting for this. Because it might be another minute or so. They have to like, I mean, it has to literally deploy it across like 10, like 20 servers across the world. So. Or I guess it's really just deploying it to this US central cluster here. But that's probably still a good amount. Okay, so here's the real URL. And now we can use that instead. So literally you can hit that URL right now. Like that has become a live URL that you can put in any browser and hit my function. If you were able to do a post request and if you had the password, you know. So then we need to go to the, my bad, we need to go to Awesome Apey Orb. And if it's not, then if we're not testing locally, then we're testing globally. And we, at this point, don't want to test locally. And then we'll test it. What am I missing here? What did I do? This is a little long, so let's bring it down. String path. Sorry, Jake just texted me. String path equals use local. If that's true, do this one. If it's not, do that one. What is the problem? Sorry, Jake, I didn't mean to. I don't even know if you're in here. I don't know if when I time you out, if you're just like totally. Am I crazy? What? Suddenly it's saying something's wrong. What is wrong? Been coding for years. I can't tell what's wrong right here. Okay, I don't actually believe there was anything wrong. Okay, well good. At least you can watch Jake. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to be funny. I didn't think it would be so hardcore. At least it's just 5 minutes though. I don't know. Okay, so it's still just saying that there's an error. Yeah, it's just totally messed up for some reason. Don't know. Yeah, it says that there. I'm not seeing anything here. Okay, so for some reason it was just totally messed up. I will probably change this back just because it's better form. Use local, even though it's going to take me a second here. If use local, it's this one. Otherwise, it's this one. It's just a quicker way to do this if-else statement here. Cool. Okay, and then let's test that one more time. But this time for 1-3, just to make sure that it's working. But this time you'll notice we're not running any local server. So if it works, it must mean that it is deployed correctly. And we're hitting that global database 1-3 Paul. Awesome, very cool. So now that is all connected, deployed, ready to go. So now we just need to, we probably have enough time for today to go into, what is it, finish line. Unfinished, cool. Then let's see here. I guess we won't put the functionality in finish line. We'll probably make another script. Finish line itself is just a finish line. It's not like a database. Well, actually, you know what? Time, isn't there like a, what is it called? Level clock? Even level clock would probably be a little bit inappropriate. Let's say go over here, move this guy down just to fix that real quick. Okay, let me know when you're back, Jake, by the way. And then this level timer with a level clock. And we'll just make another script. And we'll just call it time submitter. Submit the player's time to the leaderboard. Okay, very cool. And then here we'll subscribe to when they finish. So we'll say, what was it called? It was called finish line dot on finished plus equals player finished, which is something we're going to write in a second here. It doesn't currently exist. And then we will subtract that. Yeah, you are back, Jace. And then, so I think it deleted all your messages. Player finished, void, player finished. Submit their time to the leaderboards. So I'm just going to have it automatically submit their time to the leaderboards when they're done. So we'll use the leaderboard handler dot submit time for level. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should just put this in level clock, because that's where I have the time. That's where I have the time and everything. And hello to whoever joined. Welcome. We are creating Awesome Apey Orb. It is a platforming VR game where you control a ball and you try to roll through some levels. Right now we're doing the global leaderboard, and I'm just trying to figure out where I should set that up, because we have this level clock which is holding... So I haven't done this reset time yet. Let me actually fix that real quick. Cool. Set the time to 0. Clock time. Okay, I'm just going to do it here. This other class, I don't want it. I don't want this class. Don't even want to save it. So we'll do leaderboard handler. Submit time for level. Their name will come from somewhere, but for right now, let's just call them player. Their level will be the, what, scene? What is it, scene minute? Okay. Get current level name, Unity. That's what I was trying to do. Using Unity engine.scene management. Okay, and then we'll down here do scene.name. What is happening? There's something wrong with my editor right now. Because you see, it's even like, it's just giving me random errors in random places. Should count as false. Submit time to leaderboards. You know what, I just realized this is actually a little bit more complicated than... This is actually just a little bit more complicated than I was originally thinking. Because you don't want Man, there's totally going to be bugs in this game when I finish it. Because you don't want it to be submitted multiple times. Essentially, like if I do a level 6 times, it shouldn't be submitted each time. So there's two options for that. Either I solve it on the front end or I solve it on the back end. And basically, I need to make sure their name is unique to some degree. I need it to but not necessarily. I mean, I can just assign them a random ID. I can just assign them a random ID, I suppose, and then just save that, and then let them make their name whatever they want it to be. Which sounds a little bit easier than checking if that name already exists in the database and then telling them it doesn't exist. That's not the worst, but it's also not necessarily. Could you have it search for your username and replace the time if better? Yeah, so that's kind of like how you would solve it on the database end. You would basically find their unique ID for that level, check if the time was better, then reset it if it was. And so that's probably how we'll want to do it. I don't really want to deal with it on the front end. Normally, database stuff, you want to deal with all that stuff on the back end. You don't really want the front end to have to be checking. And the reason you do that is because if this is not the case for here, but in a case like in some other app where you're going to have a mobile app and you're going to have a like VR app and you're going to have a desktop app, you don't want to be doing all that logic client side, because then you have to do it on each client. You want to do it database side. That way you can just send the information nilly-willy from the client and it'll fix it on the database. That way each time you add a new client, each time you add a new platform, you don't have to rewrite the same code, if that makes sense. So yes, that's a good suggestion, Jake. Good job. So we'll submit it. I'm going to need to remember to actually fix this though. And I might even be able to fix it before we finish here. So let's get going on that. So that should be good. And then their time will be time. Although I'm going to round to 2 decimal points. Very cool. Okay, sorry about the dog in the background. We do have a dog. Okay, very cool. So let's check that works so far. So we're looking for player under 1-1. Aaron, can you check if there was a package?
Yeah, okay, check.
Thank you.
That would explain a lot.
Okay, and let's see if it gives me the time, the correct time here. Man, Jake, that was pretty good. I mean, I have to admit, I'm pretty impressed with the suggestion. It's not like you've ever done database programming before that I know of, at least. Let me make sure it resets the time real quick. It does look like maybe it reset it. I don't know. I can't see. The resolution's not good enough. Okay, we're looking at 8.8 seconds.
Yeah, Dom, do you want your package now?
You can just leave it out there. Thank you.
Just leave it out here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jake, I mean, maybe you could program with me, you know? Wow. And just like that, we have a global database. So, we had name player time 8.76. So that's pretty epic. Very cool. So there's two things that are of concern now. Sorry. Their name needs to be unique because when you pull it up, because when I pull it up, like when they say like where am I placed on this leaderboard, I need it to. I'm gonna need to search by their name, so their name needs to be unique. And B, I needed to not duplicate the. I think I'll solve the first problem first, and which will basically be I think I just need to get a random ID generator, and then from there, a random ID generator. And from there, I'm going to save that locally and then just use that to retrieve information and to set the ID on these. So everyone will have, it'll be something crazy like this. Like the chances of people having this ID are like 1 in like 10 to the like 20th or something. It's some insane number. But we'll do that tomorrow because it is 5 now. And so that'll be it for the stream. But I hope you guys enjoyed this. I thought it was a pretty cool one. We finished the levels out. We made the database. Everything is looking pretty good. Thank you for stopping by, everybody who did. I appreciate it. Hop in the Discord if you're not in it. It's pretty sweet. And subscribe if you want to see more. So, yeah.